the top of your lungs today. Free, free, Gaza! Free, free, Gaza! Free, free, Gaza! Free, free, Gaza! Lift the siege on Gaza now! 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 From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? And the siege on Gaza now! And the siege on Gaza now! We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? We want a ceasefire now! 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 Ceasefire now!
Friends, sisters and brothers, comrades, dear families that are here, this is a historic convening, not just to demand a ceasefire, but for a free Palestine. People have been traveling from across the country to be here today. But not just in Washington, in over 100 cities around the world, people are marching. In Beirut, in Sao Paulo, in Jakarta, in Karachi, all over the world, the people say the same thing. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! And we are here not just because we love Palestine. We are here because we organize for Palestine. There is a diversity of organizations that have come together to stand with you. We have the Palestinian Youth Movement, the Action Coalition, the American Muslim Alliance, the People's Forum, National Students for Justice in Palestine, Alaba, the U.S. Palestinian Community Network, the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights, Maryland to Palestine, the Palestinian Feminist Collective, and hundreds of more organizations, over 500 that have come together, that have organized, and that will keep marching and keep mobilizing for Palestine.
We wanted to start this historic day by acknowledging that many of us, I think all of us, are here in a deep state of mourning. This has been one of the hardest months in my lifetime. And I'm the post-Oslo generation. This has been one of the hardest months in history for our people. And we're here knowing that we have a deep conviction that Palestine will be free in our lifetime. This is 75 years of justice deferred for the Palestinian people who have been exiled and refugeed and murdered. This is 75 years of memory, of a commitment to our land, to our people, to our martyrs, to our children, that we will never abandon them. We will never abandon our cause no matter what. I want to also acknowledge that all of y'all out here today have spent the last month, and I'm sure a lifetime, individually organizing and doing everything you can for Palestine. And that's all y'all. We have Palestinians here. We have Arabs here. We have people who have come, y'all, from different communities, different walks of life, to stand here in solidarity with us and to cry that the Palestinian struggle is also your struggle. And you can trust that that's not lost on us. We're here because we got organized. We're here organizing for Palestine. And we're here in the heart of empire, of this country that has offered political cover and diplomatic cover and media cover for the genocide of the Palestinian people. For shame! My name is Nadia. I'm going to be one of your MCs today. I'm here with the Palestinian Youth Movement. My co-MC is Manolo from the People's Forum. And all of us are here to shut this down. We have an amazing program for you today. A lot of people came out. A lot of people are still coming. But we're going to get it started. I need a commitment from y'all. We showed up today, and today the world's eyes are on our people in Gaza, and they're also on us, including our people back home. If you are tired, if you are saddened, if you are angry, I need you, please, to put all of your energy together to be right here. Because we are demanding a ceasefire now. We are demanding lifting the siege on Gaza now. And we are demanding a stop to all aid to the Zionist state of Israel. And we're going to get those demands, y'all. Let's shut it down. I'm inviting up a sister Ahlam from Maryland to Palestine. Please give it up for her.
Hello, marhaba, ahlan wa sahlan, and welcome to DC. My name is Ahlam, and I am part of Maryland to Palestine, a Palestinian-led grassroots abolitionist org fighting in Maryland for the liberation of Palestine. It is heartening to see so many of you out here standing up for Palestine. In the last 4 weeks, we have seen the most violent, abhorrent, inhumane attacks on our people.
And while people are finally starting to call it what it is, a genocide, we know that that the Zionist entity has always had genocidal aims, but they will never achieve their goals in erasing us. The occupiers have been losing since they failed to expel all of us in 1948. They lose when thousands of us flood the streets. They lost today. In the past few weeks, there have been many sentiments flying, including the one that we should not be too emotional. I disagree. Every single image you see of a mutilated Palestinian child should make you feel sick. Every time you hear a Palestinian mother or father crying, that should break your heart. You should be angry. Righteous anger is not hatred, it is love. Righteous anger is love for our people, our land, and humanity. We should be angry when it's our money going to fund these atrocities. They are stealing billions of your dollars to go to the Zionist entity. Shame! Now the question becomes, what do we do with all of this anger? We are not powerless. The power lies with the people, and we will use it for change. We will not get our names written on Starbucks cups while Palestinian children are writing their names on their arms so that their bodies may be identified
after an airstrike. We will not spend our money at businesses that stand with and support the occupier. We will continue to boycott Starbucks, McDonald's, HP, SodaStream, Puma, and Ahava to hit them where they hurt the most, their pockets. There's a lot more that I can say, and I'm sure all of us are feeling today, but I would like to end with this. To our Palestinian family in Gaza, the West Bank, and across all of occupied Palestine, we love you. Manhabkom. We're with you. Ehna ma'akum. We will see you in a free Palestine one day soon. سنراكم في فلسطين المحررة قريبا إن شاء الله.
That's right. We're going to bring up our Sema from the centers. Make some noise.
Hello, everybody. I'm so excited and grateful to be here with all of you today. My name is Arsema, and I am representing the voice of dissenters. Dissenters is an anti-militarist organization working to reclaim our resources stolen from us by the U.S. empire and the war industry, and to invest in life and collective liberation. Last week, dissenters helped co-organize a national day of walkouts where tens of thousands of young people walked out at more than 120 schools across the continent. The truth is, young people in this country stand with Palestine. Our generation was born in and has lived through endless imperial wars. We know better. Our duty as young people is to organize wherever we are. As a UMass student, UMass Dissenters has organized through protests, sit-ins, and walkouts to demand that our university cut ties with war profiteers that are arming and profiting from the massacre of Palestinian lives at the hands of the U.S. and Israeli government. All of us here are building a movement, and our movement values life and self-determination everywhere. This is a historic moment for Palestine. And this is a historic moment for our generation here in the United States to build an anti-imperialist movement that can end U.S. wars and force our institutions to divest from militarism and genocide in Palestine, in Sudan, in Haiti, and in our neighborhoods here. Muslim, we are immigrants, we are black, we are indigenous, and we are queer. We are a generation of hope, a generation of healers and of creatives. Communities who are surviving
Under oppression, carry the solutions. This march is not the end, but rather the beginning. We are the future. We live in a world created by the past, but we have the power to shape the world we deserve. We will end U.S. funding to Israel and reclaim the $3.8 billion we send every year, and we will reinvest those billions into life-affirming care, for reparations, for health care, for education. We will end the genocidal bombardment and siege of Gaza. We will repair our relationship with the earth and all of those who live in it. We are not a part of the resistance. We were born and made entirely from it. We will never be free until Palestine is free. Free Palestine! We're gonna bring up Jasmine Nicole Williams from Artists Against Apartheid. Make some noise, y'all. Let's keep the energy up.
What's up, y'all? My name is Jasmine Nicole Williams, and I'm a printmaking artist and muralist hailing from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm also an organizer and an artist against apartheid. In the last 3 weeks, more than 8,000 artists and cultural workers from over 60 countries have signed on to the Artists Against Apartheid letter, standing firmly in solidarity with Palestinian people. The United States government funnels billions of dollars to prop up its occupational watchdog in the Middle East. The corporate media spews lie after lie about the Palestinian struggle to manufacture support for a genocidal apartheid state. The battle of ideas is in full swing, and everyone must do their part to push against what is widely spread and unquestionably believed. As artists and cultural workers, we have a unique responsibility to use our voice and artistic practices to protest apartheid and amplify the just cause of the Palestinian people and their resistance to occupation and oppression. As the U.S. and Israel wages war on Palestine, we and the Artists Against Apartheid vow to challenge imperialism on the cultural front from within the U.S. and beyond. We commit to using our platforms to combat the massive misinformation campaign without fear of repercussions. We dedicate ourselves and our artistic practices as tools for liberation, from Haiti to the Congo, from Sudan to Palestine. Okay? We struggle for dignity, sovereignty, and self-determination. And that doesn't stop here in Washington. We're going to take it back home. We take our solidarity from the studio to the streets, and we're going to shut it down for Palestine this Thursday, November 9th. There will be no business as usual while our people are stripped of their humanity. Alongside the organized masses, we will usher in a new world that serves the many and not the few. Y'all look so beautiful. Can I get a free Palestine? Free Palestine! Yeah, that's right. Okay? And free all oppressed people on this planet. If you are an artist that wants to join us, visit againstapartheid.art to read and sign the letter. All right, peace, y'all. Peace if you're willing to fight for it.
Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! Biden, Biden, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now!
Our next
That's right, y'all. We're here. We're out here, DC. Give it up, Chocolate City. Here on Piscataway territory, fighting from the heart of empire for a free Palestine and freedom for all people under colonialism wherever we are.
We're gonna bring up next Dr. Hatem Bazian, coming to us from UC Berkeley. Please invite.
Assalamu alaikum. First, let me give recognition to the indigenous people on whose land we stand today. Also, to give honor and respect to our black brothers and sisters who brought to this country in the hulls of ships, but continue to teach us lessons in resilience, in leading the moral arc of this country, being the creative force like no other. We stand on their shoulder. I want to take a minute to express my deepest gratitude to the youth, to the students, to the young people that have stood against the machine. You are making a difference from the halls and the streets of Washington, D.C. to every corner of the world. Today we're gathered here not only in Washington, but in Bolivia, Colombia, Brazil, London, and across the world to say unequivocally to the world that we have witnessed the hypocrisy of this world. We say to you, you have trampled on every aspect of human rights. You have completely disregarded international law. And Biden, Genocide Joe, we need to tell you that no amount of hypocrisy of trying to tell us all of a sudden that you're going to have a national plan on Islamophobia at a time where you're throwing bombs on the heads of our brothers and sisters in Gaza. That will not work. That will not work. Your days for coming around and getting Muslim vote for nothing are over. Palestinians are talking to us today by saying the following: we demand and want freedom. We demand and want freedom, not through your State Department, not going down and hugging Netanyahu, not going to all the Arab leaders to try to see if we could ethnic cleanse Gaza. We want freedom, and freedom what we will get as Palestinians. And if you have not read history, Palestine was the last settler colonial project to be commissioned by these Western hypocritical countries. And as we celebrated the release of Nelson Mandela and the end of apartheid, the last settler colony in Africa, we will celebrate the end of settler colonialism in Palestine. Why? Because that's what justice calls. That's what courage calls for. That's what integrity calls for. We said freedom for Palestine. Freedom for Palestine. Freedom for Palestine. And as Palestinians, we are crying. We are in deep sadness. We are in deep mourning. But don't mistake this for the lack of resolve that we will stand until we see a free, dignified Palestine. Assalamu alaikum.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! ومن المية للمية! فلسطين عربية! فلسطين عربية! Next up, we're bringing up Lauren Pinero of the Tampa 5. Make some noise for them, please.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Hi, my name is Lauren Pinero. I am a very proud member of the Tampa Bay chapter of Students for a Democratic Society. Woo! SDS is a national student organization with historical roots in the anti-war movement, and we have always stood against U.S. intervention and with the people of Palestine. I am also one of the Tampa 5. We are 5 protesters facing up to 5 to 10 years in prison for protesting against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' racist attacks on education. This is the same governor that has sent weapons to Israel, called pro-Palestine protesters terrorists, and shame! And disbanded Students for Justice and Palestine chapters at Florida universities. Hey DeSantis, you will see! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Hey DeSantis, you will see! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! As I'm sure most of you are aware, the attacks on the pro-Palestine student movement are not just limited to the state of Florida. Nationally, the U.S. Senate passed a resolution condemning student protesters for standing in solidarity with Palestine. Shame! This resolution only furthers political repression of the student movement and pushes the government to strike against any student standing up against the genocide of Palestinians. SDS and the Tampa 5 stand in unconditional solidarity with Palestine in their struggle against the Zionist apartheid state of Israel. We know quite personally that protesting is not a crime, and we know that it is never a crime to fight for freedom in the face of occupation and genocide. As people living in the belly of the beast, we see that our struggles are connected to those of Palestinians. The same tactics that the Israeli occupation force uses to oppress Palestinians are the tactics the police use here to repress free speech and attack black, brown, and poor communities. We have an obligation to call for no U.S. aid to Israel. With over $14 billion sent to Israel, there's blood on Biden's hands. the apartheid state of Israel would collapse overnight. Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
It's obvious that our government is standing on the wrong side of history. All across the globe, the people have made it clear that they stand with Palestine. From here in the U.S., to Cuba, London, Colombia, and Bahrain, the movement for Palestine is only growing stronger. We're learning from the bravery of Palestinians on the ground in Gaza and showing solidarity through massive student walkouts, sitting in representatives' offices, and blocking highways. These politicians should be ashamed of themselves for the stances that they're taking. And that's why we're going to march. And that's why we're joining the coalition to march on the RNC and the DSE next year in 2024. They're trying to stop us every step of the way because they don't want us to protest or to resist or to use our voices. But we know that protest and resistance is how we win. The Tampa 5 will continue to stand with this movement, to fight for this movement, until we see a free Palestine. We say no USA to Israel, end the siege on Gaza, victory to Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From Palestine to Mexico, these border walls have got to go! From Palestine to Mexico, these border walls have got to go! From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
We stand with our students and our community who are facing repression for speaking up and talking about Palestine. We know that in the past month and for many years and in the times to come, there will be repression for speaking the truth. And we are not afraid. Because we have a just cause. And we have all of us behind each other. We're gonna bring up next Imam Mahdi Bray. Please give him a round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. MashaAllah, let me hear that again. Assalamu alaikum. MashaAllah, you sound marvelous. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My dear brothers and sisters, bombs over Gaza. Women and children cry as they continue to try to commit genocide. But we can't let that happen. We can't help that happen, you know? And for the love of God, we got to stop this madness. You know why? Because United States government is funding this type of devastation and destruction and occupation. And we say, not one nickel, not one dime, no genocide in Palestine. We who believe in freedom cannot rest till it comes, and we will continue to fight for freedom. We will continue the struggle for freedom. You know, I think President Biden, he's got it all twisted, you know. He's been listening to the pundits and the disinformation liars. Because what we want and what we demand is a ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. So brothers and sisters, we got work to do. We got serious work to do. We got to organize and mobilize and continue to fight for justice. The Quran calls it adl, justice. And we got to keep on fighting justice till justice rolls down like water and a righteous rolls like a mighty stream. We want justice. We demand justice for Palestine and the people of Gaza. We demand it. We demand it. We're not begging for it. We demand it. So we're going to speak truth to power. We got to speak truth to power. And we got to come together. And we got to let people know that we're not going to be solid. Oh no, we're not going to be solid. We're going to not be like a little meon kitten. We're going to roar like a lion. And we're going to continue to raise our voices. We'll raise our voices, and we're going to lift all of our voices, and we'll lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven rings. Rings with the harmony of liberty and facing the rising sun, for our new day in Palestine has begun, and we'll march on and we'll fight on till victory is won. Free Palestine, free Palestine, free the land, free the people, free the land, and free Palestine. Free Palestine, freedom Palestine, La ilaha illallah.
Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? An endless sea of Palestinian flags here today. I see hundreds and thousands of people still walking into this plaza. We are not calling it Freedom Plaza anymore. This is Gaza Plaza. Gaza Plaza. Joe Biden, we charge you with genocide. Every tank, every weapon, every bullet that you send to Israel kills our brothers and sisters in Gaza. Biden, you have blood on your hands. And to keep talking about the struggles that unite our people across this country for Palestine, we have a representative from the Black Alliance for Peace.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, comrades, friends, and Zionists, because I know you out here today. The silence of betrayal beyond Palestine. I'm an organizer with Black Alliance for Peace. We want to thank all the organizations that made this event so successful. On April 4th, 1967, Dr. King made his most powerful speech, The Silence of Betrayal Beyond Vietnam. He spoke out and condemned the U.S. war against Vietnam. He said the U.S. was the greatest purveyor of violence in the world, and that is still true today. Looking at the last few weeks, Palestine is today's Vietnam. We will not be silent. We of Black Alliance for Peace stand firm in solidarity on. In the occupation, the right of return. The right of return. These things and more we must organize and make possible because the world stands with Palestine. Now to my Palestinian friends out there, where y'all at right now? Where my Palestinian friends at right now? To my Palestinian family, I'm a proud black woman. I'm a proud African woman, but I'm embarrassed at some of these civil rights leaders, these Negro Zionists with their cowardly statements. I'm talking about Reverend Al Sharpton, Reverend William Barber of the Poor People's Campaign, Congressman Reverend Raphael Warnock, and even Martin Luther King III. None of these so-called civil rights leaders condemned the 2014 bombing of Gaza. Not a one. Reverend Barber never gave a sermon about poverty in Gaza is a direct result of the Zionist occupation. Reverend Warnock and Martin Luther King III both live in Georgia, but they haven't said anything about Cop City. They haven't said anything about Atlanta police being trained in Zionist Israel. Shame on them. So we call them Negro Zionists, because that's what they are. They're getting paid by somebody, by AIPAC or some members of Congress or somebody. But real quick, we just want to say, we're going to stand with Palestine. Just like June Jordan and Malcolm X, James Baldwin and Angela Davis, we stand with Palestine. Like Malcolm X and Nelson Mandela and Muhammad Ali, we stand with Palestine. Like my big brother Kwame Ture and Ethel Minor Stick, the Black Panther Party, Sister Fatima Banawi, Afro-Palestinian freedom fighter, and so many other African people, we will always stand with Palestine. Africa stands with Palestine. Africa stands with Palestine. Victory to Palestine. Thank you so much.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! We are now honored to welcome Dr. Melanie Gazi of the Red Nation.
Okay, hold that right here. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Okay. Yat shanal so adosh the adoshik Melanie Yazi Dashajina. I'm here today on behalf of the Red Nation. Right back at you. Today, we deliver a devastating blow to colonialism. That's right. As indigenous people of Turtle Island, we proclaim that decolonization and land back are the only forms of justice for the crimes of settler colonialism. Native people, unfortunately, have been here before. We know the entire history and future of Palestine because we have lived it. We endure the settler colonial project that calls itself the United States. That's right. We survived the elimination and removal of our ancestors. We are in our 5th century of resistance. We know that Palestine's future is a certain future because we are still here. Yet Palestine represents an alternative path for the native nations of Turtle Island. In this moment of our shared history, Palestine brings us closer than ever to the promise of true self-determination for all colonized people of the world. We fulfill our ancestors' dreams by standing with Palestine today. Palestine is the tip of the spear that steers us all towards liberation. That's right. And settler colonialism holds nothing back, and yet it cannot defeat those whose cries for liberation resound louder than any bomb they can drop on us. Colonialism is failing, crumbling under the weight of its own conceit. The fort is breached, and the wagons are burning. The end of colonialism nears, because the end of colonialism is inevitable. The United States wages endless wars to maintain its position as the supreme settler colony of the world. Ours is the oldest struggle against U.S. colonialism. Now is the chance to redeem your humanity, settlers of our stolen land. By standing with Palestine and standing with us. That's right. The end of U.S. imperialism is the only solution. For us, for Palestine, and for the world. Mark our words. The humble people of the earth have spoken. There is no place for colonialism on Mother Earth. For the earth to live, colonialism must die. That's right. A free Palestine frees us all to build a future of peace and equality. And today we join our Palestinian relatives in a righteous struggle to author a new society. To our relatives in Gaza, we say, Eba Nihitzil, through kinship we are strong. May our message carry far across the sea. Gaza, Gaza, you will see. Palestine will truly be free.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! We now have a speaker from the Deep South, from the struggle to stop Prop City! Marty White from Community Movement Builders!
Repeat after me. It is right to rebel. Israel can go to hell. It is right to rebel. Israel can go to hell. Hello, everyone. I'm Marte White from the Atlanta chapter of Community Movement Builders. We are a mass-based organization fighting for self-determination for Black or African people here in so-called America. And one of our principles is to stand in solidarity with other oppressed people fighting for self-determination, especially Palestinians. The first thing I want to get into here is that Palestinians are showing us what decolonization really looks like. I feel like in recent years, decolonization as an idea has been spoken of by many people as a sort of abstract and esoteric concept divorced from material conditions. Decolonization has become something that people speak about only conceptually or even metaphorically. Some of these people will speak in flowery language about decolonization, and it becomes a sort of defamed concept, and they turn their backs on the oppressed when they face the realities of hard struggle. They suddenly become pacifists, clutching their pearls while oppressed people fight tooth and nail for their freedom. But I want to make it very clear that for the oppressed and colonized people of the world, for the Palestinians living in the open-air prison of Gaza, having faced decades of ethnic cleansing, land theft, and repression, decolonization ain't a metaphor. This shit is real. Palestinians have a right to rebel. What that means is they have a right to fight to free their land from the river to the sea by any means necessary, and I do mean any means necessary. We here in imperialist America, which sends billions of dollars to fund the genocidal Israeli war machine, have an obligation to stand by the Palestinians in their fight for freedom. I've said it before and I'll say it again. When the Palestinians strike at settler colonialism and fight back against the Zionist regime, the victories won are victories for the world's people, and the losses that have been suffered by the masses of Palestinian people are losses for the whole world's peoples too. Palestinians are facing settler colonialism, which is similar to what we face here in America, right? Just compare the Nakba to what's happened to indigenous people. And our struggle is connected in other ways as well. Look at the Gilly program in Atlanta. The police that are killing people, like Johnny Holman in Atlanta, are actually get training in Israel through this program, supported by local universities like Georgia State University. These things are connected. They're learning how to kill us from the IDF. The enemy has solidarity. We need to have solidarity with each other too. Black, brown, and indigenous people should have solidarity with Palestinians as well. Everyone should support the struggle against Zionism and stand with the Palestinian people in the struggle. Thank you very much.
My sisters and brothers, we now want to pay our respects and honor our martyrs. We ask for a moment of silence for the more than 9,000 Palestinian people who have been murdered in the genocidal war of Israel against our people. Let us begin this moment of silence.
We will never forget our people who have paid the ultimate sacrifice, which is death, for our freedom. To be a martyr is a status in our community that is unlike any other. May we be humbled by the sacrifice of the people who have lost their lives struggling for Palestinian liberation, self-determination, and sovereignty. We are going to chant, y'all, but not yet. We have 10,000 martyrs from the past 3 weeks alone. Almost half of them are children. We're going to bring up Sheikh Omar Suleiman. Please give him a round of applause.
Take a photo.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الكريم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. وإذا الموءودة سئلت بأي ذنب قتلت. When the young child who was buried alive will be asked, for what crime were you killed? On August 16th of this year, 2023, I got a news alert that my name had been mentioned in an article. And this time, it wasn't Ted Cruz calling me an anti-Semite. This time, it was another Omar Suleiman, a 16-year-old who shares my name, who was murdered in the West Bank, where, by the way, there is no Hamas. And he was shot in the chest in cold blood while he was riding his dirt bike around the West Bank, where his family has lived for generations. His name was Qusay Omar Suleiman, the same name that my parents gave me. Last year, the 7-year-old boy, Rayan Suleiman, in the West Bank, once again, occupied territory, while he was walking home from school with his book sack, which had an animated car on it, and suddenly found himself being chased down by IDF soldiers who claimed that he had thrown stones at them. And with their full force, they followed him home to his house. And he went and hid in the corner of his room. And as they banged on the door and started to bang on his window, a 7-year-old boy with no medical history died of a heart attack. Cardiac arrest. A 7-year-old Palestinian boy terrorized by the Israeli government. Rayan Suleiman. A few weeks ago, we buried a 6-year-old boy, Wadir Al-Fayoum, a young Palestinian American who was stabbed to death, not in the West Bank, not in Gaza, in Chicago, by a 71-year-old landlord who was directly incited by the hate speech of the President of the United States of America. Whose dehumanizing rhetoric and whose repeated debunked lies about seeing decapitated Israeli babies caused a man to go and decapitate a Palestinian boy. When Wadir was killed, I want to share with you something that happened with me. A so-called ally, and I emphasize so-called, reached out to me to express condolences for the death of Wadir. After 2 weeks of having repeated, I stand with Israel, and failed to acknowledge a single Palestinian baby's life in Gaza. And I responded to that person. And I said to him, what's the difference between Wadir and the thousands of Palestinian babies that are being decapitated by your bombs in Gaza? What's the difference between Wadir and Rayan? What's the difference between a Palestinian child here and a Palestinian child there? You want to know how human a Palestinian child is? Look around you and see all the Palestinian children that grew up in this country because their parents were displaced. And I responded to him, and I told him this, and I want you to remember this the next time someone uses this doublespeak of caring about Islamophobia and anti-Arab bigotry in this country, but using the same tactics and framings to justify the killing of our brothers and sisters there. I said to this man that if I had never been born in this country, if my parents did not find a way out of that occupied land to raise me here, you who is expressing condolences to me here would have justified my death over there. There is no difference between a Palestinian that is here and a Palestinian that is there. We have parents that are writing the names of their children on their arms so that if they have to pull them from the rubble, they can be recognized. Is that the type of humanity that we want? Is that the so-called moral high ground that this country stands on? And so here's what we do. If I was over there and my parents didn't make it out, they would have had to do this to me. And I may have been murdered by the same taxpayer dollars that I'm paying right now. We're sick and tired of being dehumanized. We're sick and tired of being made complicit. We're sick and tired of the rhetoric. We're sick and tired of the occupation. We do not just demand an end to the current bombardment of Gaza. We demand an end to the occupation. We demand an end to apartheid. We demand freedom in every single sense of the word. Let me tell you something. Because you know how some people are going to report on this rally. They can mistranslate our movement all they want. They can draw these little pieces of land and say that this is your future state, all that they want. But we are going to draw our map the same way that our parents drew that map. We're going to use the same way that our parents used their terms. You don't get to dehumanize us and then tell us how we get to resist that dehumanization. And I want to end with one thing. Dear brothers and sisters, pay close attention. There's been a bill on the floor in Congress about the detainment of over 5,000 Palestinian children in Israeli prisons since 2017 that can't get passed. But somehow 412 congressmen found the moral conscience to suddenly pass a quick resolution to say that they stand with Israel. Know that when they say I stand with Israel, they are saying I stand with genocide. And if Joe Biden thinks that he can use his doublespeak on our community and come back to us and beg us for our votes, let it be known to all of those, including Joe Biden and all of those congressmen who failed to see our humanity today and who failed to hear our voices today, that we will not see their names on the ballot next year, and we will not hear them when they come calling upon us next year. And that we will not allow for them to tell us anymore that the only refuge we have from right-wing racists are two-faced liberals. Dear brothers and sisters, there are thousands of us here today. There are millions of us around the world. I know that it's a time of anger. I know that it's a time of grief, but do not despair. We will mobilize. We will penalize those who dehumanize us when they call upon us to try to get them into office. We will march. We will raise our voices under the full weight of the political and media establishments. We will not give up because our brothers and sisters have not given up. And even though our names are written on our arms, our parents have embedded Palestine in our hearts. Wassalamu alaikum.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! We need to ask you for your help right now. What is this square called? Gaza Square! We need to let thousands of people who are waiting around the corner, they need to come into the square. We need to ask the people who are to my right, please move down so that others can come in. We have all the way down to the Capitol. Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Then let's take these streets and make them ours. Now we stand for the national anthem of Palestine. Mountain E.
I can go down to the knee and still get the shot. I just need like a minute of it after that. Also, when you turn around, الجلال والجمال والسلام والبهاء فينا
should know if you do not already. His name is Mohammed Nabulsi. And he is a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. Please make some noise.
من غزة طلع القرار من غزة طلع القرار بدنا نكسر الحصار بدنا نكسر الحصار We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? End the siege on Gaza now! End the ethnic cleansing now! We're gathered here in the capital of U.S. empire to unequivocally demand the end to Israel's genocide of Gaza, the end to the brutal siege of our people, and the end to U.S. military aid for Israel. The free people of the world have spoken. We have made ourselves clear. We demand an end to the U.S. orchestrated, Israeli executed genocide of the Palestinian people. We demand an immediate ceasefire. For nearly a month, we have witnessed a genocidal onslaught on the people of Gaza. Israel has massacred over 10,000 Palestinians, thousands of whom are children. As we stand here, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of Palestinians beneath the rubble of buildings destroyed by American manufactured bombs. Shame! We've seen the wholesale destruction of residential buildings and homes, of mosques and churches, of hospitals and schools. We've seen the mass displacement of over 1 million Palestinians, refugees, to be made refugees again, as Israeli leaders call for a second Nakba as though the first one ever ended. Shame! We of course know that this war on Palestinian life did not start days or weeks or months ago. The Palestinian people have endured decades upon decades of colonialism, ethnic cleansing, and dispossession of our land, lives, and our very right to return. For 100 years, Palestinians have been subjected to Western and Zionist colonialism, and for 100 years, our people have fought back. Now, we don't gather here to simply recite the U.S.-backed crimes of the Zionist state. We gather here as a show of strength, as a show of power, as a page in the historical record. We gather here to declare to the U.S. government and to the world as a whole that the masses of this country and of this globe stand on the side of justice, of dignity, of liberation, and on the side of the Palestinian people. It is not lost on us that the U.S. government sends its military advisors and soldiers, its aircraft carriers and rockets, its weapons of mass destruction to support the genocide of our people. It is not lost on us that this same government mobilizes its repressive vehicles in the U.S. to surveil, suppress, and criminalize our communities and the movement for Palestinian freedom. Shame. We hold no illusions about where the U.S. government stands. The same government and the same politics whose legacy includes slavery and Jim Crow, genocidal campaigns against the indigenous people of this land, genocidal campaigns against the people of the global south, from Korea to Vietnam to Iraq and Afghanistan, just to name a few. And what we know is at every turn,
At every campaign, there have been those like us in the streets mobilizing to confront them. And so we hold no illusions about the once staunchest ally of apartheid South Africa, the supporter of fascist dictatorships all over the globe, the organizers of coups against democracies, the lover of endless war, all at the expense of the American people whose basic needs are not met. The U.S. government's historical record is open for the world to see, and we all know its details well. The U.S. Congress condemned our movement for justice and liberation. The two corporate parties have made themselves abundantly clear. So let us, ourselves, be abundantly clear. To the U.S. Congress, we welcome your condemnation. We know your loyalty to imperialism and war, to profit over people, to the destruction of our environment, and to the usurpation of our rights. And you know very well that our loyalty remains with justice, with dignity, with human rights, with the exploited and the oppressed of this world. Despite the repression, despite the media and lies, despite the media bias, despite all they do and will try to do as they have done with every movement of justice in this country, no, we hold no fear in our hearts. We stand on the shoulders of Palestinian children, the children of the stones. We have mobilized in the millions globally and in the hundreds of thousands today. We do not stand here because we believe that we can appeal to your conscience to end genocide. We stand here because the power of the people will force you to. We, the Palestinian Youth Movement, we, Palestinians, we, the descendants of peasants and refugees, we, the siblings and offsprings of martyrs and prisoners, we are proud of our people. We are proud of their resilience in their fight, their sacrifice and their steadfastness. We are proud to be members of a small, brave nation who holds its head high as the entire colonial West conspires to destroy us. They have spent 100 years trying to destroy us, and they can spend the rest of the eternity trying. As the saying goes, they tried to bury us. They didn't know we were seeds. Well, know now, those seeds that you buried have long sprouted, nurtured by a commitment to justice and dignity. Our roots extend deep into our communities, our workplaces, our campuses. We will weather all your attempts to cut us down. And just as the sun rises, we too will continue to rise until Palestine is free.
We are here today as young elders, as Muslims, as Christians, as Jews, as Palestinians. As Palestinians! As Palestinians!
people can come from behind. We have a really good sound system going towards the Capitol. We have screens. We're set up for this. We said this was going to be the largest rally for Palestine in U.S. history. So please, make room for your siblings who've come from a long distance. You're going to hear us, you're going to see us, and together we're going to what? Shut it down! Shut it down! Here on my left, we have a scroll that has the name of 10,000 martyrs. We remember them in every single step we take, in every single moment we stand here and spend here together. We remember our people, and we are emboldened, and so are they, that you all, the people of consciousness, have come here so that genocide does not happen in silence. I'm gonna bring up Brian Becker from the Answer Coalition. Please make some noise.
Sisters and brothers, we formed this coalition, a small group of organizations 15 days ago, and if you look around here now, we can see that in 2 weeks' time, there has come together the largest demonstration in U.S. history to support the Palestinian people. And that's an indication that we have entered a new era. This is a new political period, unlike any that has come before it. I want to get your attention just for a moment, because it was 40 years ago, right now, 40 years ago, this month, that thousands of people came together in Washington, D.C. to say that the racist, fascist, apartheid regime in South Africa must fall, and we will help it fall. And within a few years, it did fall. When we came together 40 years ago, the U.S. Congress said that Nelson Mandela was a terrorist. They said that the fighters in the African National Congress were terrorists. And 7 years later, Nelson Mandela was the president of South Africa because people stood up. Change happens in leaps and bounds. Change happens dramatically. Change happens on a dynamic register, and it's always one factor that makes the difference. And that difference is not the politicians in Congress, not who's in the White House. It's what happens in our communities, what happens in our streets, what happens with the people. We make the change. The change comes from us. And right now, sisters and brothers, we're sending a message, a very strong message to Joe Biden. If you stand with genocide, we hold you guilty of genocide. Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli regime pulls the trigger, but the U.S. government sends the weapons. They pay the bill. It's their genocide too. And we're here to say no. After we have some additional speakers and thousands because of who they are, when you commit genocide against a people and destroy a people in whole or in part, you are guilty of genocide, and that's why we're going to the White House later today. Free Palestine!
We refuse to live in the shackles of oppression.
That is what we refuse. What we fight for is the liberation of our people. With no conditions. Let's continue, y'all. I know there's energy. I know we're here and we're gonna march. But we brought a lot of folks who have stuff to say. And we're here, y'all. We're gonna bring up Leanne Houlihan from the People's Forum. Make some noise.
Brothers and sisters, friends, the dignified people who have come from every corner of the country and who are watching us from across the world. Today, we are here because the White House, the headquarters of war and imperialism, is forced to look at its own crimes directly. Every single Palestinian death, every murdered child, every home destroyed, every heart broken is blood on Biden's hands. The Zionist colonists who are carrying out these unspeakable killings are fully equipped and paid by the White House that we can see from here. The White House should be painted 1,000,000 times red to account for the millions of crimes that it has carried out. Look at this list of martyrs here. It is 10,000 people too long. This list is from just a few weeks and just from a very small place, a place that is small in size, but it is the center of the world for everyone who is struggling for liberation today. I'd say maybe small in size, but it is stronger, much stronger than Israel, than Zionism, than the United States, or imperialism. As it has the people of the world behind it. The Palestinian people have all of the people of the world behind them. Today alone, there are millions of people on the streets. In Rabat, in Amman, in Tunis, in Algiers, in Beirut, in Istanbul, in Baghdad, in Johannesburg, in Accra, in Bogota, in Santiago, in Sao Paulo, Mexico City. I can't name them all. Across Europe, across Latin America, across the world, people are on the streets fighting for the Palestinian cause. And here, in the heart of the imperialist empire, here on the front steps of the White House, you can feel that the soul of Palestine is much stronger than anything the White House might try to impose on us. The repression, the fear, and the silencing that they tried to impose on us for the past 20 years of the so-called war on terror can do nothing when we organize together and when we move together. The tides are turning. We are part of history. We are all part of a new wave of struggle for liberation and for a free Palestine across the globe. And today is just the beginning. will walk out, we will strike, we will speak out, we will demonstrate, and we will do this every day and every week until the occupation falls and Palestine is free. The Palestinian struggle is one for the entire world. It is a struggle for all of our futures, and our liberation is close on the horizon. Free Palestine!
We have Macklemore on deck. Make some noise for him.
Wait, what?
Peace, everybody. You know, first and foremost, this is absolutely beautiful to observe today. I didn't expect to be on a microphone, but there are thousands of people here that are more qualified to speak on the issue of a free Palestine than myself. But I will say this. They told me to be quiet. They told me to do my research, to go back, that it's too complex to say something, right? To be silent in this moment. In the last 3 weeks, I've gone back and I've done some research, and I'm teachable. I don't know enough, but I know enough that this is a genocide. And we are scared. We are watching it unfold. We have been taught to just be complicit, to protect our careers, to protect our interests. And I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm not afraid to speak the truth. You know, my daughter said to me this morning, she said, she's 8 years old. She said, Dad, when we protest today, when we march today, how are the people in Palestine going to know that we're showing up? Look at this. Look at this. The world is watching what we do right now in this moment of injustice. There is no side in humanity. We lead with our hearts. We speak the truth. We shut down the propaganda, and we march forward. Free, free. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Thank you.
Family, I don't know how many of us there are here today, but I know we are packed. Hundreds of thousands. We need to make space for them. Move down. We control this city. Washington belongs to Palestine today. We are now honored to invite to the stage, from the National Students for Justice in Palestine, our brother Daoud.
Hello, comrades. My name is Yaoub with National Students for Justice in Palestine. We're here today to amplify the power of the student movement for Palestinian liberation on occupied Turtle Island. I want to start by acknowledging the historical importance of this city for the student movement and the organized left. Just a few miles away at Howard University, Kwame Ture laid the groundwork for the Black Power movement. As a member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, or SNCC, Ture nurtured critical analysis within students and fine-tuned their organizing skills at UC Berkeley, articulating the common enemy of imperialism and state violence and uniting the Black liberation struggle with the broader anti-imperialist fight in the global South. Students on university campuses have been the engine driving the anti-imperialist struggle, be it SNCC, the General Union of Palestinian Students, or Students for a Democratic Society. Our role has perpetually been to advance the movement's political line and challenge the status quo. Just a few decades later at that same university, students organized mass rallies, boycotts, and sit-ins to demand that the University of California system divest $3 billion invested in apartheid South Africa. Not long after, the first chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine, and later, the first national SJP conference, was founded at Berkeley. But the campus struggle was not limited to Berkeley. Generations of students across Turtle Island have fought for justice in service of dozens of interconnected struggles. This work has developed through the leadership of over 250 powerful SJP chapters and counting, maintaining the legacy of the student movement and building unrelenting mass power. But why are students key to the cause? It's because our campuses and institutions are microcosms of U.S. empire. When students use our political education and institutional platform to resist the narrative and propaganda of the empire, the cracks in supposed U.S. democracy begin to widen. It is precisely because of this historic and ongoing legacy of the student movement as a threat to the interests of U.S. empire that the state seeks to censor and suppress SJPs. Despite the doxing trucks outside of workplaces, baseless congressional resolutions, and right-wing smears, I'm here to remind you that it is we, students, who for decades have advanced and actualized the demands for BDS on campus. It is we, students, who combat racist, Islamophobic narratives of Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims upheld by our institutions, with teach-ins and events that pack entire lecture halls. It is we, students, who despite relentless attempts at repression, organized tens and thousands of students on hundreds of campuses in defense of our people in Gaza who face U.S.-backed genocide by the Zionist state. We are the current and future leaders of our movement and the architects of a more just world. The torch has been passed, and it is our duty to keep it burning, to continue the fight until justice prevails and liberation is realized. Students, remain steadfast in your fight for Palestinian freedom. Now is the time for unified divestment. Now is the time for academic boycott. We must remain resolute in our demand for an immediate ceasefire to the end of the bombardment on Palestine. We have lifted the fight for free Palestine on our campuses and in our communities. From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. We now are honored to have with us, all the way from Chicago, from the Arab Women's Committee, our dear friend, Bassoon.
السلام عليكم. أخوتي الجمع العربي بالنيابة عن لجنة المرأة العربية جميع التحية الفلسطينية من أعضاء حين نرى هذا الحشد الكبير الهائل القادم من آلاف الأديان ليضم صوته للحق والعدالة والحرية. ممثلة عن لجنة المرأة التي تأسست عام 2005 والتي قد قامت على تأسيسها الأخت المناضلة رسمية عودة، حيث ساهمت في بناء قيادة نسائية للعمل على تطوير وتثقيف وتحسين أوضاع المرأة في الجالية العربية في شيكاغو. للمطالبة بوقف الجماعي والتطهير العرقي والتهجير القسري للشعب الفلسطيني في غزة، شارك فيها عشرات من الآلاف من مختلف المجتمع من العرب والمسلمين والسود، إضافة إلى عدد من الجالية اليهودية المعادين الصهيونية. في ظل ازدياد العنصرية والكراهية التي أثارتها مواقف الحكومة التي عبرت عن دعمها السابق لرئاسة الكيان الصهيوني العنصري في البيت الأبيض، ووسط الانحياز الإعلامي لدولة الاحتلال الصهيوني، حيث لم تتم حتى الإشارة إلى أن قطاع غزة تحت الاحتلال والحصار، وإنه من حق الفلسطينيين المقاومة والعيش في وطنهم بحرية وكرامة وسلام كباقي الشعوب العربية. وهذا الدعم والانحياز الكامل والسبب للكيان الصهيوني هو السبب المباشر الذي شجع بعض العنصريين إلى إطلاق النار على المظاهرات، وأيضا أدى إلى مقتل طفل فلسطيني يبلغ من 6 سنوات بالسكين في شيكاغو. واليوم نحن هنا كجالية عربية أمريكية نطالب بالوقف الفوري الدعم السياسي والعسكري والمالي لدولة الاحتلال الصهيوني العنصرية التي ترتكب جرائم حرب المدنيين العزل من الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ، وقصف المنازل والمساجد والكنائس والمدارس، حتى المستشفيات لم تسلم من القصف. ومع استمرار الحصار المطبق على جميع قطاع غزة بلا ماء ولا طعام ولا وقود ولا دواء منذ 28 يوما، وهذا عقاب جماعي يخالف كل القوانين والأعراف الدولية فحسب، بل إن الحكومة الأمريكية تقدم 5 مليارات دولار سنويا دعما لإسرائيل، والآن تطالب ب14 مليار دولار استمرار الحرب الدموية.
We are here on behalf of the Palestinian Feminist Collective. Palestinians know that what is happening right now in Gaza and the occupied West Bank is not something that started on October 7th. to the northern borders is occupied. We know that the movement to free Palestine is an indigenous movement. It's a decolonial, anti-imperialist, feminist movement. As feminists, we know that the genocidal violence being waged against our people is a continuation of the Nakba. The intention of Zionism has always been to erase us, to erase every one of us, to rip our babies out of the wombs of their mothers, to suffocate us and starve us, to separate us from each other, to cut off our bloodlines. And yet we're still here. And we're gonna stay here 100 years since imperialists met and colluded to steal and divide our lands, to take away our sovereignty, to kill us. We continue to refuse this brutal assault on our people and land. We continue to resist because resistance is an act of love for our people and our life and our land.
Over 10,000 Palestinians have been martyred, and 70% of those killed in this genocide thus far are women and children. Today in Gaza, there are 500,000 displaced Palestinian women and girls. 50,000 pregnant women are waiting to give birth, with 5,500 expected to deliver next month, without water, without food, without fuel, without life-saving medicine or medical equipment. Shame! Women have resorted to taking birth control pills to stop their menstrual cycles because of a lack of sanitary pads. Shame! This targeting of indigenous women's bodies and sexualities is woven into the genocidal fabric of Israeli settler colonialism. But our love and care for each other, our insistence to live, our persistence to give birth to the next generation of Palestinians on our homeland, to hold ground amidst the most unlivable conditions, is a testament to the fact that we refuse to die quietly.
of Palestinian feminism as part of our revolutionary inheritance. Israel's state-sanctioned violence, its residual purpose is to sever the bloodlines of our people, but our legacy remains irremovable. Our resiliency is unshakable. We do not seek to make our liberation movements appealing. Our liberation project will continue to overwhelmingly restore power, freedom, and dignity. We need a medic. We need a medic.
We need a medic in the northwest corner. To my left, we need a medic in the northwest corner. Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? We got it, y'all.
Our liberation project will continue to overwhelmingly restore power, freedom, and dignity to all of us and open new paths toward liberation, decolonization, return. Liberation, decolonization, return. Liberation, decolonization, return.
Free, free Palestine. Y'all, we are literally all the way back to the capital. We want to keep each other safe. We want to honor all of the people who came out here. Please continue to move down. For each other. There's a Palestinian flag on the rooftop of that building. It's wild. Look around, y'all. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! We're gonna bring up Ahmed Abu Zanad from the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. Make some noise.
We say no. Repeat after me. We say no. We say no. Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe. We say no. We say no. Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe. We say no. We say no. Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe. My name is Ahmed Abu Znaid and I represent the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. We're a network of organizations, organizers, and activists that are fighting for a ceasefire and to end all U.S. support of the genocidal state of Israel. I would like to share a piece of a poem with you. This poem is titled Enemy of the Sun, and it was written by Palestinian poet Samih al-Qasim. Now, for decades, this poem was thought to be written by Black Panther Party member George Jackson. It was discovered in his prison cell. The assumption that this was written by a Black Panther Party member like George Jackson tells us that the parallels that we see with the injustice in this country is directly connected to what we see in Palestine. Shout out to the Black Power movement. Shout out to the Black radical tradition. We see you. Now for a piece from the poem. You may put out the light in my eyes. You may deprive me of my mother's kiss. You may curse my father, my people. You may distort my history. You may deprive my children of a smile and of life's necessities. You may fool my friends with a borrowed face. You may build walls of hatred around me. You may glue my eyes to humiliations, O enemy of the sun, but I shall not compromise. And to the last pulse in my veins, I shall resist. Before I leave the stage, I want to bring one of our favorite chants from back in the days with the Dream Defenders to you. So I need you all to participate. Repeat after me. I believe. I believe that we. I believe that we will win. 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 Thank you. God bless you. Free Palestine.
Next up, we have Brother Nihad Awad from the Council on American Islamic Relations. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be to you. My name is Nihad Awad. I'm the Executive Director of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. The nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization with about 35 offices nationwide. Part of what we do every day is to defend the rights of American Muslims and pro-Palestine activists. Those activists who have been subjected to hate crimes, discriminated against, and those who their rights to speak have been stifled, whether in schools or on university campuses. I tell all of you, we hear you and we are with you. You are not alone. The people of Gaza, the children of Gaza, rely on your voices, on your activism, and do not be scared, do not be intimidated by the university officials or the governors of your state when they declare that your activism is illegal. Subjected to bullying, discrimination, or mistreatment, or threats to be fired from your job because of your advocacy for Palestine, you are not alone. Contact our organization at www.cair.com and seek our help. Brothers and sisters, my organization is 501c3. A non-profit organization may not be able to make the following statement. So now, let me speak to you in my personal capacity as a Palestinian American Muslim. Of the bombardment of Gaza, we spoke to President Biden the language of logic, the language of law, the language of humanity. We appeal to him to take a moral position to recognize 2.3 million civilian residents trapped in Gaza under the attack of the Israeli forces from every modern weaponry, to call for a ceasefire. All these calls and the calls from the world community fell on deaf ears. Shame! 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 As the images of the genocide increased, he dehumanized the Palestinians and dismissed their suffering. He denied the dead Palestinians the right to be acknowledged as dead. Shame! 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 He insisted that there should be no ceasefire. The State Department asked their staff not to talk about this de-escalation. We have discovered the language that President Biden understands, and let me share it with you. The language that President Biden and his party understand is the language of votes in 2024 elections. And our message is no ceasefire, no votes. 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 No votes in Michigan. No votes in Arizona. No votes in Georgia. No votes in Nevada. No votes in Wisconsin. No votes in Pennsylvania. No votes in Ohio. No votes for you anywhere if you do not call for a ceasefire now. After hearing the past week and a half, and the fact that 66% of Americans support a ceasefire, the President, the Secretary of State, Democratic senators and representatives started to change their tone. We will make our voices heard more and more. In November, we remember. 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 A White House official told a friend of mine that the community has a short memory. A few months, then they will forget. And let me tell them, in November, we remember. In November, we remember. In November, we remember. So, Mr. President, enough is enough. Call for an immediate and unconditional civil ceasefire right now. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Thank you.
Next up, we have Mohammed Al-Kurd.
Hello. Hi. What a sight for sore eyes. Look at all of you. When I was growing up in Jerusalem, we would have so many international activists come visit our house. And my grandmother would tell them, go back to your country, talk about Palestine. And look at us today. In the belly of the fucking beast. How dare they call us children of darkness? We are liberation. We are enlightenment. We are moral clarity. I want us to take a few minutes to consider the magnitude loss of life currently happening in the Gaza Strip. I want us to consider what it means to lose 10,000 people, for 10,000 people to be killed by Israeli warplanes. Consider their families and their grief. Consider their lovers. Consider the people missing them. Consider our martyrs' lives, their grievances, their hobbies, and most of all, I want you to consider the fear that they must have felt as warplanes dropped over their heads, the fear they must have felt minutes before they were killed. And I want you to compare that fear, I want you to measure that fear against your own. I understand it. We're all afraid of losing a job, of losing a friend, of being ostracized, of being shamed. I called my father earlier. I told him I was coming to this march. He said, stay away from the cameras. We're all afraid. But this fear does not compare. They want us to think that we are paying personal prices, but we have our community. They want us to think that we are alone, but we have our people supporting us. If they come for you, if they take your job, if they fire you from school, if they expel you, do not think of yourself as a casualty. You are not a casualty. You are fuel for the movement. You are part of the struggle. They want us to be silent, but we know silence will not protect us. Fear and silence will do nothing but allow this carnage to go on unchecked. Are we afraid? Are we afraid? Are we afraid? Let me tell you this. Empire does not reward silence. It will crush us anyway. It will swallow us anyway. We cannot sit in the corner quietly as they kill our people. Are you afraid? We need to be audacious. We need to speak out, even at the risk of mischaracterization. This is a time for courage. Are we afraid? Thank you.
Free, free Palestine! 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 We are here in the hundreds of thousands to say, ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire!
in crisis, headed towards a collapse, and needs to be bailed out by the U.S. and its European allies to continue to exist as a settler colonial state. What this moment has also shown us is that the strategy of the spineless Democratic Party has failed. The only thing it has offered is 100% support for genocide and $14 billion of additional military aid for Israel. So
home. I expect that any moment missiles from his words hand account. The senators support a ceasefire. And why is Biden insistent upon funding this genocide? The answer is simple. Palestinians have been stripped of their humanity to justify this genocide. Code Pink, as a feminist organization, has seen for 20 years how Arab and Muslim women are used as political pawns by imperialists. But we see through their propaganda. Palestinian women are committed to life and dignity. They are not human shields. They are the vanguard for liberation. Don't be mistaken in thinking the IOF is strategically targeting Palestinian resistance fighters, or that this is some sort of religious issue. Palestinians are being murdered simply for being Palestinian. Palestine is a home for people across all faiths, and Netanyahu has declared war on every single one of them. Like I said, Palestinians are being murdered simply for being Palestinian. But the Western media will mislead you to think otherwise by weaponizing Islamophobia against them. Shame! The U.S. used this strategy to justify the war on terror after 9/11, and they're doing it again now because it worked. It allowed the U.S. to murder nearly 5 million people with no accountability. Shame! So I ask Biden, is this how you want to be remembered? As a genocidal, destructive warmonger? Shame! Look at this crowd. Clearly the American people do not agree with your genocidal plans. You must call for a ceasefire now or solidify your position as one of the most inhumane presidents in American history. The American people demand a ceasefire, an end to the occupation, and the full liberation of Palestine. Muhammad told me the only thing that makes him happy is knowing we are by his side. And I would like you all to make that promise to him as well. So please repeat after me. Dear Muhammad, I promise, we promise to never stop fighting, for you, and for a free Palestine, from the river to the sea. Thank you, everybody.
We now want to invite, all the way from Minnesota, Meredith from the Anti-War Committee.
Hello, people from. We could be here with you. We think it's imperative to be a part of a national movement, to stand up together, to say that the U.S. does not support the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. I know that the media has spent a lot of time talking about the giant protests around the world, but I think it's important for you to know that we have had the largest protests of tens of thousands of people in Minnesota that we have had since the murder of George Floyd. In fact, just this week, on Wednesday, Genocide Joe came to Minnesota, and we called him Genocide Joe at the airport. We called him Genocide Joe at the farm he went to. We called him Genocide Joe in the streets of Minneapolis, where thousands of people gathered to protest him. She has been a friend to this movement for years, but she sold us out the past 3 weeks. If you are a friend to this movement, you need to be a friend to this movement in the most dire moment. And so it is important for us to keep up our pressure, whether or not we're in D.C., whether or not we're in New York, whether or not we're in Minnesota, because together we need to chant, from the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Thank you very much. You're beautiful!
Muslims for Palestine.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to salute each and every one of you.
How do you want to verify
for your steadfastness, for your resilience, for your commitment
I barely
to the
looked at
Palestinian
it.
rights.
So I have no idea.
Let us keep this pressure on. Let us keep this pressure on. The reason why this genocide White House, why this complicit Congress, why the warmongering media just shifted their tone in relation to the brutality, to the genocide is taking place in Gaza, is because your voices have been heard. It is because of your actions and advocacy. It is not that, God forbid, that they had a sudden conscious awakening. They don't have a conscience. What they understand is pressure.
And she's been
What they understand is that we call them out. What they understand is that the people are unified. In our position to bring this genocide in Gaza to a complete and immediate end now. Because we're effective, they're trying to intimidate us. Because we are effective, they are trying to silence us. And because we are effective, they're trying to accuse our collective voices for justice as being anti-Semitic. I mean, we have brothers and sisters from the Jewish community here amongst us. Let us salute them. We salute you. We know you stand on moral grounds. We know that you stand for your humanity. And we stand with you in our humanity. We're not going to be intimidated. Yes, from the outset, anti-Semitism is immoral. Islamophobia is immoral. Any form of hate and bigotry is immoral. But you know what is more immoral and evil? To conflate our condemnation of Israel and its genocide policies with anti-Semitism. To conflate our opposition to Israel as an apartheid state as anti-Semitism. To fuel Islamophobia under the pretext of pushing back against anti-Semitism. To deny the tremendous suffering of the Palestinian people who are being subjected to a brutal genocide by our own tax money, by our own weapons. To dehumanize the Palestinian people. To undermine their suffering. To subscribe to selective humanity. To use debunked lies about beheading Israeli children to justify the beheading of Palestinian children. To condone and justify the bombings and the murders of Palestinians in hospitals, in their homes, in UN schools, in ambulances and hospitals by weapons and bombs banned by the United States of America. To make us all complicit as Americans always more moral and dumb is to expect that we will forget in November 2024. To think that we just we're just going to elect you and vote for you just because you're not the other Republican guy. We refuse this analogy to choose between dying with a bullet or with a poison. We refuse to stand with a president who lied to us that he's coming to restore America's moral authority. If this is your moral authority, then the hell with you and your moral authority. Moral authority is a human equality. Moral authority is freedom. Moral authority is dignity for all. Moral authority is not to vote to liars, to war criminals, to war murderers. That's what moral authority is. Keep the fight on. Don't give up on their resilience in Palestine. They're not raising the white flag in Gaza. They're not begging for mercy from their oppressor. They're demanding justice and freedom. And the freedom will be freedom. That's what's going to be achieved. Freedom is coming. This is inevitable. Palestine, Allah, by whatever Lord you worship, is going to be free.
Imperialism will be defeated and liars will lose the elections, inshallah.
We're gonna get ready to march, but not yet. We're gonna bring up Dr. Nuder Edicott. Look at us. Look at these thousands and thousands of people of conscience gathered in love and rage. We are united by our humanity. We are united by our commitment to humanity, our absolute refusal to let Western powers and Israel bury it beneath their depraved pursuit of wealth and privilege. We are placing our bodies on the railroad tracks upon them. We are here now with them and for them to demand a ceasefire. We are here because Palestine reveals the naked hypocrisy of Western universalism. It reveals our enduring colonial reality, and it offers a glimpse into a future without colonialism. Palestine, where a valiant people have always existed, where survivors and fighters continue to affirm that they belong to a land upon which there is a life worth living.
Oh, yeah. That's my guy.
على هذه الأرض يستحق الحياة. على هذه الأرض سنزرع المستقبل. We are like olive trees, like the ones that our ancestors planted. We are unshaken. We are unmoved. We are undeniable. Stand with us in this promise. We promise. Palestine still promises that we will all be free. Free! Free Palestine! Free! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Next up, speaking of freedom and liberation, we have Majid Gadson from the December 12th movement. Make some noise.
Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Peace, family.
We need a medic in the center by the press riser. A medic, we're good? We're still waiting for a medic by the press riser.
Peace, family. My comrades and I are here to give a statement from the December 12th movement, a Pan-African human rights organization.
Over there. Medic, we need a medic.
Are you ready?
I think from over here.
Are you ready? No?
Hey, over here.
All right. You good? Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Peace, family. My comrades and I are here to give a brief statement from the December 12th movement, which is a Pan-African human rights organization. More than 10,000 murdered civilians. Up to 4,000 of that murdered children. More than 10,000 in prison. Over 1 million refugees. Gaza is being reduced to rubble as we speak. We, the December 12th movement, stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. This war didn't start on October 7th. It started in 1948 by the Zionist settler colony
called Israel. For over 70 years, Palestinians have been oppressed. Palestinians have a right to resist their daily terroristic oppression from Israel. Israel is a settler colony, and settler colonies are historically violent. And we stand against that. The Pan-African community remembers the time when the Palestinian people came to the aid of our native South African brothers and sisters in the fight against the apartheid regime in South Africa. At that moment,
we need a medic this way, please. We need a medic where I'm pointing. Can y'all wave the flag where a medic is needed? Thank you, y'all. Thank you, we're good. Thank you for keeping us safe. Who keeps us safe?
Our Palestinian brothers and sisters, we got your back. The people will never be defeated. The people united. The people united.
It's a long day. We're out here in the streets. We want to stay out here in the streets. We're going to bring up our comrade Nina from Zion. Please make some noise.
Of anti-imperialist and progressive Filipinos across the United States. struggle against national liberation across generations. For centuries, was colonized by Spain, then colonized by the United States, and up to today remains a colony. The Philippines, the third largest by both the we are it's not enough to mobilize one, but we are not doing one.
haven't moved. That is so fucking awesome. That's awesome. It's under your arms. Oh, it's okay. I'm afraid of moving anything.
One said that revolution is not a bed of roses. It is a struggle between the past and the future. My relatives, we are in struggle, therefore we are in revolution. Both your hands.
We now want to invite one of the stalwarts of our movement to free Palestine, one of our historic leaders, the mystique from Bialauda, Palestine Right to Return Coalition.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله والسلام على أرواح الشهداء والسلام على المقاومة الشريفة الطاهرة. Peace and glory to the martyrs and the freedom fighters who fight for all of our freedom. We are gathered here not by a massacre. We are gathered here by the truth. And all of you who are witnesses to the truth are martyrs. And there is nothing higher nor more glorious than a martyr. And so we say glory to all the martyrs wherever they may be. Allahu Akbar. And Gaza has given us an inescapable truth from which we cannot turn away. And the truth is the Western world is a lie. The truth is that when they said they were bringing freedom, they were bringing fascism. That when they said they were bringing the only democracy in the Middle East, they were bringing domination and barbaric colonization. That when they said they were the most moral army, they were the most monstrous and murderous that we have seen in modern history. That America's trusted allies is nothing but a cult of torturers. A cult of torturers. What do you call grown men who come from all over the world to torture our children in dungeons in the West Bank? What do you call a people who drop 10.5 pounds of bombs on another concentration camp. Genocide Joe was alive when the Zionists built 22 concentration camps through Palestine. Genocide Joe was alive when they negotiated with the U.S. government for their release. We are not here just to speak truth to power, but to implement that truth. And it is not only that we will not vote if they don't stop the genocide, no. We're here to make the inescapable truth inescapable for them. Just today, I'm an attorney, we filed a notice and demand to the members of Congress, letting them know that they will be prosecuted in criminal courts all over the world. That they will be sanctioned like they like to sanction us all over the world. The days of the speaking have ended. So when we tell you do not be afraid, this is about your future. Our words are not empty. 3 weeks ago, we convened an army of lawyers for all of you here and all over the world. And we remind the mainstream media that Joseph Goebbels, the genocide propagandist, was to face trial at Nuremberg before he shanked himself. And we intend to prosecute every media outlet that has mobilized our genocide. And in the Palestinian Assembly for Liberation, we are so certain of our future. We are preparing for reparations. We are preparing for we will dismantle every institution of Zionist violence in the world from New York to Palestine. Wait! Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Gaza, don't you cry! Palestine will never die! Gaza, don't you cry! Palestine will never die! Comrades, that is why we are here today, because Palestine will never die! Palestine will live! It is Zionism that is on its deathbed! My name is Chuhyun Park. I am from Noto for Korean Community Development. We are an organization of anti-imperialist Koreans, and we are here because we stand shoulder to shoulder with the Palestinian people. Let me tell you something we have in common. The year 1948, 2 atrocities happened. In Palestine, the Nakba. In my country, U.S. soldiers burned down our villages to divide us and make 2 Koreas. That is why we have one struggle, the struggle against imperialism, and that is why we are with you here today. Because we know that Palestine will never die. Because they tried to bomb us too and they failed. They burned down 20 of our cities and they lost that war. Israel has tried for a century and they will lose in Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever.
We now have, we're almost closing. We're almost ready for march. Are you ready to march? that? Well, I'll tell you what I want to condemn, and that's 106 years of the theft of Palestinian land at the Clinton and the Apartheid. They've killed tens of thousands of Palestinian people. Even before what we've seen now, they've killed thousands of children. From 2000 to just this year before this conflict, they were killing 100 children every year. That's what I condemn, the brutality of the Israeli apartheid forces. The whole reason why the world is standing up right now is because our hearts are in Palestine, because we know it's one of the purest struggles for liberation in the world today. So of course they want to demonize it. But let me tell you this, when the indigenous people of this country stood for their land, they demonized them. When the enslaved people of this country in Haiti rose to defend their human rights, they demonized them. When the people of Algeria rose for their human rights, they demonized them. So we're not going to allow the Palestinians to be demonized. They have the right to stand up, the right to defend themselves, and the right to resist. Free, free Palestine! 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 We have with us one of the most hated intellectuals by Zionism, a writer, a journalist who dares to say the truth. We invite Vision Prashad to join us.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we are your worst nightmare. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, you are a war criminal. President Joe Biden, you are a war criminal. Prosecutor Karim Khan of the International Criminal Court, we put you on notice. You, Karim Khan, have to file warrants for arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu, war criminal, for Joe Biden, war criminal. We are the future. They are the past. This is the largest pro-Palestine demonstration in U.S. history. This is the largest demonstration for Palestine in U.S. history, and this will never be forgotten. This is not the culmination of anything. This is the beginning. This is the beginning. This is where it starts. It starts here. We march from here. We tell them from here. History begins now. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! We got a closing statement, y'all, on behalf of the Palestinian Youth Movement.
From the belly of the beast, no justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. I know we're all ready to march, but the fact that we have completely
the march, or the program has wrapped up rather, and now protesters are marching. So they're leaving Freedom Plaza, which was nicknamed Gaza Plaza, and now they're marching to Lafayette Park, right behind the White House, where they'll be delivering coffins and a strong message to President Biden.
بالدم نفديك يا فلسطين بالروح
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, all right, so
The march, yeah.
the building? Ugh. I can't extend because these bars are digging into my chest. It's okay. It is what it is. Or something, just let me know. Sorry. For a second. Oh, it's okay. Walter's doing an interview with BT, and then they're going to do a 2-camera thing with you. If you can't do it anymore because it's physically too much, don't worry about it, or I can hold it. So they're going to cut off right now? Will you be able to tell if they cut off you? I guess so. But if you need me to take over, I can. Absolutely. It's okay. I just think I need a better position. Holy shit.
Occupation no more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We'll do that after we're done here. We'll do it when they come.
Occupation no more.
Yeah.
Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Occupation no more.
Occupation no more.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
I need a chanter. I'm done. Tired. Someone volunteer. From the river to the Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
Viva, viva Palestina.
Viva, viva Palestina.
Viva, viva Palestina.
Viva, viva Palestina.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Occupation no more.
Occupation no more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Occupation no more.
Occupation no more.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Viva, viva Palestina.
Viva, viva Palestina.
Viva, viva Palestina.
Viva, viva Palestina.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
Viva, viva Palestina.
Viva, viva Palestina.
Viva, viva Palestina.
Viva, viva Palestina.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Occupation no more.
Occupation no more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Occupation no more.
Occupation no more.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Blinking, blinking, you can't hide.
Blinking, blinking, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Blinking, blinking, you can't hide.
Blinking, blinking, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Long live Gaza.
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 From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
Cease fire now. 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 Cease fire now.
Cease fire now. Cease fire
So we're in front of the White House right now where the march is expected to head, and the program just wrapped up, and from where we were standing, it really looked like hundreds of thousands of people all across Freedom Plaza, all the way down to the Capitol. D.C. streets were just completely shut down for Palestine, and this was just one demo of several demos happening in the country and around the world. There were all millions of people joining the call for the end of the siege of Gaza, for a free Palestine. And right now we're hearing some people chanting behind us. They're preparing for the protesters who are headed over to the White House, and they'll be protesting Joe Biden's complete silence, his support for Israel, his support for the massacre, and his unwillingness to call for a ceasefire, and essentially his support for the ongoing massacre.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
Biden, Biden, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Blinken, Blinken, you can't hide.
Blinken, Blinken, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Ceasefire now.
Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free.
Free, free Palestine.
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 Free, free Gaza.
Free, free Gaza.
Free, free Gaza.
Free, free Gaza.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Occupation no more.
Occupation no more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Occupation no more.
Occupation no more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Occupation no more.
Occupation no more.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
So we're at the White House right now. The protesters have arrived. They're going right up to the fence of the White House, carrying a sign, a banner with 10,000 names of Palestinians that have been killed by Israel, and they're holding it up to the White House fence, chanting guilty.
Shame on you! 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 Shame on you!
There's just a wall of protesters on Pennsylvania Ave, and they've all gathered. This is incredible.
Shame on you! 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 Shame on you!
Chanting shame on you.
Shame on you! 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 Shame on you!
Again, that banner has 10,000 names of all the Palestinians killed by Israel in the last few weeks. And they're chanting Gaza. Because it might get a little redundant, yeah. I don't know if you want to communicate that or if we should...
If you want to cut away for a second.
Let's find someone first. Okay. Claudia? On us.
Good work, good work, good work. Don't break through this.
Thank you. Are they leaving?
Can you repeat that?
Eugene, we're live right now. You've been around for quite some time in the anti-war movement.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about how historic this is?
Well, I have to say, I think for Palestine, this is one of the most historic demonstrations ever to happen. I mean, we've seen large numbers before in 2002 and 2006 in the war in Lebanon, but I don't think we've ever seen anything explicitly standing in solidarity with the Palestinian people of this magnitude. It reminds me of the height of the anti-Iraq war movement in 2003, 2005. So I think this is historic, really. I mean, just the youth of the demo, the depth and the breadth of who's here from every corner of the country. People have flown from Puerto Rico. People are coming from indigenous communities. People coming from the Black Liberation Movement. Very, very historic event. Very diverse. I think more than anything we've seen before.
And people are here at the White House right now calling on Biden to call for a ceasefire, which seems like the most minimal demand to end this massacre, but they're unwilling to do it. And both political parties are unwilling to call for a ceasefire. I mean, what do you think that says about the political system in this country?
I think it says that the political system in this country is completely broken and completely anti-democratic. We know 66% of people in the United States want to see a ceasefire. The majority of Republicans want to see a ceasefire, but we're seeing basically the entire White House, the entire administration, almost all of Congress, except for maybe 20 people, saying that they're against the ceasefire. So allegedly we live in a democracy, but we can see that the will of the people is not being done.
And, finally, I mean, so many people have turned out today, and there's so many problems in this country. What do you think it is that resonates so deeply about the Palestinian struggle with the people in this country?
Well, I think it's multifaceted, but I think that people, who have seen the, honestly,
endless brutality against the Palestinian people, the dispossession of their land, the constant brutalization, the war after war after war with disproportionate civilian casualties, Palestinian children being killed, have seen over the years all of this adding up again and again and again, backed uncritically by the United States, backed by billions of dollars a year. I think people are moved by the morality of the Palestinian struggle, by the way that the Palestinian struggle represents the heart of so many liberation struggles, but also by the fact that this country is doing this in our name, and people don't want this to be done in their name. They don't want genocide and slaughter in their name, and they want to be here to say, if you're going to do it, you're not doing it in my name.
You heard it here, not in our name, and people are chanting, they're continuing to chant ceasefire now. The crowd is just growing bigger and bigger. I see some folks from Code Pink that I think we can grab who just shut down Congress. Let me see if we can talk to them. Medea, would you... Oh, sorry.
Getting a Code Pink interview with Medea. Are we live? Give us 1 sec. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
So, Medea, we're gathered here at the White House, and earlier today we were talking about just the huge gap between what the people of this country want and what the administration is doing. And you have really been at the spearhead of just taking it right to Congress. Can you talk a little bit about that divide and what it says about our political system?
It makes you crazy. When you go into Congress, you think, who are these people? Who do they represent? Certainly not us. I mean, they're representing pro-Israel lobby groups like AIPAC. They're even representing the weapons industry, but they're certainly not representing us. And I encourage people to join in, whether it's a local representative, sit in their offices, or it's in Washington. Come and join us in Washington, D.C., because all next week and the week after and the week after that, we're going to be in their offices, sitting in, dying in, lying down, demanding that they call for a ceasefire. So the only thing that's going to change the White House is if we, like this mass of people now, demand that Congress and the White House stop supporting the Israeli government.
And you've been an advocate for the Palestinian cause for decades. And have you ever seen anything like this?
Never, ever. I mean, we would do protests every year, and we would be lucky if we'd get 500 people there. And this is just enormous. This is so beautiful, and it's so diverse, so many young people. I haven't seen anything like this, and I think we know that it's reflecting around the country where there are other protests, and there have been massive, massive protests, even in small towns around this country. So this is something new, and I think that the people in power are going to have to start listening to the voice of the people.
And lastly, I mean, it's not just Palestine, it's the labor movement, it's the movement, the call to end the blockade on Cuba. It just feels like there's so much happening right now. I mean, do you feel like we're on the cusp of a larger political breakthrough in this country?
I think there's so many people now that realize that this government is not reparable, not reformable, that our Congress is made up of people who have no interest in the well-being of the people here or the people of the world or the climate, except for maybe a handful of them, and that something dramatic has to change. I can't imagine that this election is going to happen, a presidential election, and people are going to be content to vote for Biden or Trump. No, I think we're on the cusp of some major kind of change. Breakthrough now.
Yes, we need a breakthrough now. You heard it here first. Thank you, Medea. So we're still here. We're gathered. The protesters are chanting "End the siege on Gaza." And let's see if we can find some. Oh, we have Kojo. How's it going? Kojo, how are you feeling?
We're always talking about people power and how the struggle and the people support you. This is what that looks like. This is amazing. You cannot see the end of this. It is amazing. It feels amazing to be out here in this moment.
We feel powerful, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It feels like we're going to free Palestine for real. You know what I'm saying? It feels like it's gonna happen in our lifetime.
You were involved. You're involved currently in school, right?
That is correct. At Harvard, yeah.
And
I had to parade a truck with our faces on it, saying Harvard's leading anti-Semites. Ran it across Cambridge. Of course, Harvard Police Department said, "Oh, we can't do anything about it." And so, yeah, it was an interesting time.
But that's not going to stop you.
I mean, I'm here right now. Did it stop me? No, it empowered me. That's never going to stop the movement. Like I said, the people have our support, so we're going to show up for the people.
What would you say to someone who says, "Oh, well, Israel is so strong, Israel is so powerful, oh, they're going to dox me, oh, they're going to do this, you know, oh, what if we don't win? What if we can't win?" What do you say to them?
We can't think like that. We cannot think like that. That's not how you build towards revolution, right? We have to have optimism. We have to have hope. And we know that we're on the right side of history. The people will be behind us. It's ultimately the people who will dictate our future. And this right here, this is the people. And we're seeing scenes like this across the world, from the UK to South Africa. We're seeing it everywhere, to Brazil. The people are with Palestine, so Palestine will win.
You heard it here. Palestine will win. I would put my life savings on that. Thank you, Kojo. Appreciate you. Oh, what organization are you with?
So I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm also repping AFRO, the African and African American Resistance Organization over at Harvard. So yeah.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Kojo. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
We're speaking with
Amina. By the Israeli government, and I want to, as a regular citizen, I feel like I have no power, and the least I can do is to come here and protest. To see it, but I just wish our government would listen. They see that they're continue to do it. They are not listening.
Listen to it.
Gaza, they don't care about the lives that are there. They're willing to. And it's just sick. You would think that they're human beings, but they're not. They're evil demons. I'm sick to my stomach.
No, me too. And, you know, I feel like a lot of the people here would do a much better job governing the country, you know, running the country than the...
Our government is ran by... They should start positioning younger people into higher power, because we're the ones that are going to be affected the most by these laws that they're passing. And we just need a huge change in this country. If not, I don't know, I'm eager to leave it because I don't feel safe here. I don't feel represented well enough. Yeah, the United States has to do a better job.
When are you running for office, Amina?
Right, I'm currently and another 10 years after that.
Well, we look forward to it. Thank you so much for being out here, for speaking to us. Appreciate you.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
Free Palestine. Do not listen to the propaganda. Israel is not the victim. They're
100% true, by the way. They are murderers. They've killed 10,000 Palestinians in just the last few weeks. And if you're just joining us, they have a banner over there that have been murdered by Israel. There have actually been more people killed in the last few weeks in Gaza than in the entire Ukraine conflict.
Free Palestine!
The people of this government were silent. They were crying tears. Sean Kirby was crying tears over the people dying in Ukraine, which is but for Palestine, nothing. For Palestine, it's more money for Israel, more bombs, more weapons. So let's see if we can find another person to talk to.
Israel is a terrorist state!
Israel is a terrorist state!
5, 6, 7, 8!
5, 6, 7, 8! Israel is a terrorist state! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Free, free Palestine! What do you say? How many kids have been killed today? How many kids have been killed today? Free Palestine! Haram! Haram! Hey, buddy! What do you want? What do you want? Justice! What do you want? What do you want? Justice! What do you want? What do you want? Justice! What do you want? What do you want? Justice! What do you want? What do you want? Justice! What do you want? What do you want? Justice! What do you want? Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine!
Solidarity. This is not about, you know, right occupation. Which is nothing new, and you know,
Your regime there.
Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free.
It's all the Democrats and all the Republicans. You know what I mean? We have a two-party system, a two-party dictatorship in this country that funds imperialism, that funds, colonization, and that right now is funding genocide. And so we're standing up against that.
And people have just been saying this government refuses to listen to us, and people, it's all these things, and this government, it's not just that it doesn't represent us, it makes money, it profits at our expense, and and people are actually sticking their arms through the fence now, waving Palestinian flags. Has been on the White House lawn, or any flag for that matter. But the crowd is. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that would be good, but it's interview of who I am.
Yeah, I'm down to do it. I haven't found it. Okay, let's cut from camera one whenever you're ready. We need to reset.
Is Cam 2 live? Yeah, we're breaking up. I can't hear you.
babe, we're ready for another interview. Let us know when we're good to go.
We're doing interviews right now if you want to join.
Sure, I've watched your page.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
Well,
I'm familiar. You're familiar.
Okay,
yeah.
yes.
You want to call this real racist? Yes, yes.
Yes.
Best video.
Well, I think that's everyone here, actually.
Yes.
Okay.
Zena, Sima, Susie. And so this has been a cause that I've lived with literally since birth. We have family in Palestine. We've watched them live through the circumstances that they're in now, and we're sick of seeing it. We've been protesting for this since we were children, and we're not going to stop until it ends. And we, in our generation, we are going to see a free Palestine, and we know it.
This has really been like a historic day. Like I think anyone who's been following the Palestinian issue has never seen an outpouring like this. Why do you think that is?
I think people are just more open to the truth. I think that people are doing their own research. I think that thanks to social media, our voices are finally being heard. We had Macklemore at the protest, and people like Sarah Sarandon, who, I mean, I never would have imagined would be a voice for the voiceless people of Palestine. And so the more that we have that, the more that our voices are heard, I feel like people are changing their minds and their eyes are finally being open to the truth.
And you know, Israel has always had this. They've perpetuated this illusion that they're immortal, that they're unbeatable. But it feels like that's kind of like falling apart now, right?
Absolutely. I think it's hard to see what's going on and see the evidence and see the live video and believe any of it anymore. I mean, look at it yourself. It's not just about them dictating the narrative anymore. We have the tools and the resources now to speak up for our family and the Palestinians who are doing everything to videotape the atrocities that they're going through. With everything that they're dealing with, they're taking the extra step to do that, and we're projecting that to everyone here, and that's why we're in America, is to speak up for them on the land that's here.
You know, we've been asking people. It's strange that we're gathered here in front of the White House, tens of thousands. We're making our demands clear. This is Republicans, Democrats all support a ceasefire, yet the Biden administration, the two parties, won't even entertain it. There are like maybe a handful of people in Congress who are calling for a ceasefire. Why do you think there's such a gap between the powers that be, the political system, and us?
I think that they haven't heard us until now, and now they're finally hearing us, and there's going to be change.
I also think they're being controlled, and they thought that they could get away with it, but we're putting pressure on them now, and they're going to know that we won't stand for it anymore. It's not about the money that they're getting in their pockets. It's about the American people and what we want and what we believe and what's good for this country and not what's good for them.
It's about what's good for this country. I completely agree. Thank you so much. Yes. So we're still here. We're at the White House. It seems like the crowd is still growing. And as you can see behind me, there are people now chanting on the White House fence, chanting, "Shut it down." Chanting, "Free, free Palestine." We're not sure if Joe Biden is in there. Maybe he's a little embarrassed. I mean, I think he ran away from a fundraiser. He got shouted down at a fundraiser in Minnesota. But now we're at his home here in Washington, D.C. Hello, sir. How are you? Doing well. Free Palestine. Where are you coming from, sir?
Michigan.
Michigan? Okay. Where in Michigan?
Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Okay. There are a lot of Arabs and Palestinians out there, yes?
Yes.
You know, that's been a huge...
Pretty state here.
Yes. It's been a huge, subject of discussion. People in Michigan, people in Dearborn and Ann Arbor are saying, we're never voting for Biden,
Never. We will never vote for Biden. It was a mistake. I voted for him.
You voted for him, and you regret that.
And my family voted for him. We will never vote for him.
And would you say that's how people in your community feel as well?
All the Arabs or the Muslims, all the free people will never vote for him.
Well, it sounds like we're getting a serious election upset coming out of Michigan, according to that man. So we're now being joined by.
My name is Haneen. This is my sister Yasmin. My name is Yasmin.
And where are you all?
Alabama.
That's really far. What made you come all the way from Birmingham?
Our family is in Gaza and in the West Bank, and we've lost some family members. And my mom has lost her childhood home. It was the last thing she had left of her dad, and it's gone. And we haven't heard from our family members in over a week. We have no idea if they're alive.
And to see this outpouring of support, what does it mean to you?
It fills my heart. It's overwhelming. I can't explain how much it means that Palestine is finally means something to everybody, and to see everybody out here standing up for us and speaking up for us. And we wanted to thank you for spreading the word and for being a voice and using your platform to tell everybody, come out here, support these people. This is not okay. So we just wanted to give you our gratitude, say thank you.
Yeah, and it's frustrating, really, right? Like that people of this country have been demanding a ceasefire. I mean, it's a popular demand. It's even entertaining.
I think that everything on purpose to engineer a sort of fear and victimize out. But obviously, as you see today, people are not scared of people have been
people driving from Birmingham to Atlanta, taking a bus up to Washington, D.C. It's incredible. And I mean, what kind of message do you have to people in this country who may not still be following this, who may not know? What do you want to tell this country and the world?
I think a lot of people have this convoluted narrative that it's complicated or that one side's a terrorist state. And you've been fed lies, and you need to present it to you that is not coming through a biased media source, but it's on the ground boots of the people in Gaza, the people in the West Bank, the people in Israel that are talking to you, telling you what their government has been doing to them. Look at the history. Learn about what is going on, and then decide if this is complicated or if it's not complicated. This did not start on October 7th. What Israel has been doing in Gaza has been going on since the Nakba 75 years ago, and death does not justify it. What they're doing, targeting civilians and then calling all civilians terrorists, is not okay. It is racism and it's xenophobia.
I remember my question. You all got me choked up. But, Israel is so good at perpetuating this image that it's invincible. But it really kind of feels like that's falling apart. Right?
Well, it falls apart when you have their false narrative going on to mass media and they're fumbling the ball. They're telling the truth and then receding that. They're saying, oh, no, we didn't mean that, or trying to erase it. And then you have Biden's administration backing that up because they want a foothold in the Middle East. They want some sort of power. They did it to Iraq. They did it to Afghanistan. They did it to Iran. They've done it in countless nations that we've seen before. They've done it here on the ground in the United States, and we're not going to stand for it anymore.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being here. I mean, it really just warms my heart. Yeah, so we've got Birmingham, Alabama in the house. We've got everyone in the house. We're still here at the White House, and the crowd is still growing. It's still growing. Now I don't think we can get out of here. I think we're stuck. We're completely surrounded, and people are still on the White House fence right now. You can see the Palestinian flag is flying on the White House lawn right now. I never thought I'd see it. You love to see it. You love to see it. Why don't we cut away for a sec? Cut away for a sec? Yeah. And
Palestinian Arab Youth, we have chapters across Canada, and I'm coming all the way from Toronto, Canada.
So and Yara's been an organizer with PYM for quite some time. She's been in the movement for some time. So can you tell us a little bit about the organization, about how people can get involved, what kind of work you all are involved in?
So the Palestinian Youth Movement is a mass movement and an organization. We have chapters across the total liberation. We are committed to the right of return. For us, Zionism is a threat to the exploited masses across the world, in particular the global south. And so it is critical for us to be organized across the world, but in particular in North America and in Europe, to be able to confront Zionism all across the Western world. And for those interested in getting until the siege on Gaza.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
I mean, what we're looking at here is hundreds of thousands of people who are calling for a ceasefire, calling for the siege on Gaza to be lifted and genocide. And, you know, particularly when the Biden administration has just voted to send another 14 rewarding it for its genocide, to see a movement like this, hundreds of thousands of people gather, is something I've never seen, but that has given thousands of martyrs is a culmination of that 75-year-long struggle.
You know, the Israeli Prime Minister
whether the organization is going what Zionist ideology that is fascist in nature. We know that it is one that is backed by U.S.-led imperialism. And so, you know, for Zionism, the extermination of the Palestinian people is a central part of their project. The building of the Zionist state, it was built on the genocide of Palestinian people, massacres on Palestinian villages, and the forced expulsion of nearly 1 million Palestinian refugees. And, you know, my grandfather moved from his home. Palestinians call the catastrophe, the Nakba, and he never was able to go back. He spent his whole life. For me, I've never set foot in Palestine, and yet, you know, 3 generations later, I'm fighting my grandfather's struggle, and, you know, while he will never be able to return to Palestine, I'm fighting to be able to return on his behalf, and that's the story of so many Palestinians. Youth, of Palestinian people, of Arab people, of progressive forces uniting, and our determination, our refusal to capitulate, our refusal to abandon our struggle is clear, and it's one that no matter dollars the United States sends to Israel, we know that we will be victorious.
That's one thing that Israel spends so much money and effort on, is perpetuating this image of invincibility. But it really feels like
we're looking at thousands of people. We are Canada, all across Europe, and certainly all across the global South, mass movements of people that are really demanding of a democracy in the Middle East is being ripped off as we speak. And, you know, we're seeing countries are recalling their ambassadors. Global South nations are severing their relations with the Zionist entity. And so really we know that just as other colonial empires have fallen, and we see here in the United States, alone, we are supported that Palestine will be free in our lifetime.
Well said. Thank you, Yara. Appreciate you as always. And we're growing in behind me. It's getting really tight in here. Chanting at the White House, directing their anger and rage at Joe Biden.
There is only one solution.
So I think this is going to go on and on. We're going to cut off the stream soon, but we want to thank everyone that's been watching. We want to thank everyone that's been demonstrating. We want to thank everyone that's been supporting us at Breakthrough. It really means a lot because this is more than just a media war. It's a war for information. It's a war for our dignity too, because they feel like they can lie to us. They can lie to our faces and insult our intelligence. But it means so much that you all have decided, no, we're not going to listen to the mainstream media's lies. We're not going to listen to Israel's lies. And the support for real journalism at Breakthrough News and elsewhere has just been tremendous.